is that wrong?
Okay, you got the other one started? Yep. Everything's going great. We'll talk about that later. Can everybody hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. All right.
Bob,
Sorry, I was muted. There we go. Yeah.
Everything's clear. We changed things around to make things easier for you guys to hear.
Okay, that sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
okay, we'll call this to order at 9:30. We have one person in balcony, I guess you would call.
Yes.
So is there any other things to be put into the agenda?
Yeah, in camera, human resources.
Okay. That'd be 12.3. Thank you. That would be personnel. Like section 18. Thank you. And 19. Okay. 19. Yes, there's.
Okay, can I have an adoption for the agenda?
I'll make that motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Thank you. So the previous minutes, I only had a little bit. I was just wondering about the RV inspection. Was that called?
Oh, yes, 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 we got it done. Yep. Yep. What's my numbers?
Did it come? Did she send it already?
Yeah. Yeah.
Never got a copy.
Nope, we've got it completed and she's already forwarded back to us. So yes, RV inspections as posted on the last meeting minutes is done.
Okay. So you don't want me to get them?
We can provide you a copy, but we've got it.
Because I like copies of them. Around.
As directed in the minutes, we did complete that.
So is there anything out of the minutes from you folks?
I didn't see anything that I wanted to change.
No change for me.
So we just need a motion to adopt the minutes.
I'll make that a motion.
And I'll agree.
Okay. Public hearings, nothing. Delegations, nothing. Bylaws and policy. 6.1. So it's to do with, we talked about the council remuneration. So Melissa's put the changes in there from the old one. And I was, from what I was read over it, there was just something simple. I don't know if it has to be explained better, Melissa, on that 21 2.1.1,
Point one, okay,
for regular council meetings in attendance. So I guess as long as, I guess it's pretty self-explanatory, but the regular council meetings are part of your honorarium.
Yes,
And then anything else is different.
yeah, and that, I think, just to clarify, if that's what you're looking for, is if you go to Schedule A. We have base remuneration per year, but then under the meeting rates, remuneration monthly based on per year.
Okay,
So in person or virtual, no expense sheet required.
okay,
And then we broke it down based on your yearly rate,
okay.
just so that it's clear.
Yeah, it's just for upcoming councils, you know.
Yeah, yep. And then I wanted to make sure that it's understood that budget and special council meetings are considered extra. Unless otherwise you guys decide that's not the case, but this is how I kind of laid it out for you guys to tell me whether that's what you are looking for, just to make it a little clearer, that was it,
Okay, so the other one I had was 3.2.
3.2.
So it was each counselor's, or 3.1 and 2, each counselor have a budget of $800 per year for professional development. So this allocation considers cost of attendance, conference or training, but does not consider costs such as travel, mileage.
That's right, those are considered your expenses, so. In most municipalities, they have a certain budget allocation for council, so that if you're doing any training or online courses that you need to pay for. But your meals and all that are considered your expenses. Okay, so that doesn't fall under the purview. Those
so
are
that's just the cost of the course.
correct, or a conference if you attend. Yeah,
So if we go to training, let's say in Edmonton to.
correct,
So the mileage is still paid,
yes,
but out of
expenses.
expenses.
Because you're gonna submit it in based on your mileage as per CRA rates, accommodations, meals. If you took a taxi, or you did public transportation, or you did parking. Any of those kind of things are covered under expenses.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had. Just, it looks good, just for clarification.
It just makes it easier when I'm doing the budgeting to make sure that council has a certain allocation so that we've got a better set budget so that it covers those kind of things and we're not just passing a budget that doesn't cover off the training and those kind of things. We really should always have a budget for council on that.
Okay. Did you have any questions on that part, you folks?
No,
No, I don't.
I was good with it.
Okay, there's one thing on the actual document, 1.2, or is this the old?
That's the old one.
Okay, so you got rid of this ex officio. right?
Yes, that's
Because
gone.
not in the
That
NDA.
is gone off the new one. There is no such thing as ex officio.
Good,
And I also made sure that when we did the expenses. That it says will not include any alcohol reimbursements. Very clear.
well, that's pretty standard.
Now, some of the policies I referenced did say that the receipt reimbursement will include gratuity up to 15%. It wouldn't go any higher than that on most of them. I didn't know if that was something council feels is absolutely necessary, or I think you use your own discretion. But if you want to have it more clear, that's something that I can add in as an amendment when you pass this.
I don't know.
I just thought common sense, I don't wanna,
Yeah,
anybody discussion, thoughts?
No, I think that's fine. I think none of us are going to be loose with the money, you know?
Yep.
Do you want me to tell you about 18 or 20 years ago? Anyway, so that's good. So we're happy with that, and then you can just put it together.
All you have to do is if you guys are good with the amendments I've made, then you approve the policy as amended, and I will take the red out or the.
She'll say everything's fine.
Correct.
Okay, do we have a motion to that regard?
I'll make a
I'll make that motion.
to accept- Or Ed'll do it.
Okay, all in favor? Yep.
Yes,
So can you
So,
repeat it?
yeah, I will move by Counselor Waugh to approve policy 11 X1, council remuneration as amended.
Sound good,
Yep.
everybody?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, 6.2, employee safety policy.
That was brought back from the last meeting, so has everybody had time to see the new policy compared to the old policy? And how much more clear, if there's any other. Cause you guys asked to table it, so you'd have more time.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was, I don't want to have any changes for that.
So on the old one, the no smoking in any village building, vehicle or tractor. That,
That's standard for me. That should be dealt with as separately than in this. This is safety.
okay,
And this just lays out council's role in this, my role in this, and employee. And this covers off that extra piece of, everybody thinks it's all on the employer. Well, it's a both.
right,
It's a 50-50. The employer must do their due diligence, but so does an employee.
okay.
What do we have conversation?
Oh. Weird. Yes, so you guys wanna make that motion?
Yeah, I just had
Yeah.
one. As far as refusing unsafe work, what are the parameters and who decides, and is that a kettle of fish sometimes?
Yes, it is, but it's all kind of part of, you know what? If an employee or any employee feels it's unsafe, they can refuse to do the work. And they must prove to us what the reason is, and then I have to try and figure out, is that reason rationale? But again, that's illegal and it gets you into a lot of areas. So we're trying to streamline things to make it more efficient, but we're treading carefully because this is becoming very prevalent in workplaces now, that an employee doesn't have to do something if they feel it's unsafe and they don't feel they're trained up for it.
Yeah, so that could affect us because it's such a physical job, you know?
I think you have to have that in there. If you don't have that in there,
We wouldn't be in
Yeah.
compliance.
Oh,
if somebody
I-
does something and gets hurt and then after the fact, they say they thought it was unsafe. Then we have a policy that says they had the right to proactively say it was unsafe, you know?
Yeah, I agree that should be in there, but all I'm saying is you get in a can of worms if something like that goes, I suppose.
Unfortunately, this is the day and age we're in, and this is where me as administration is having to tread very careful on how things go. And because if I don't, we're in a day and age where just because I feel it's fine, have I trained up on it or I think I've covered everything off? There's never a guarantee and the municipalities have been sued.
Yeah, okay, just so everybody's aware, I know that there was trouble in the housing authority at certain times over things, so it gets resolved, but.
Right, but there's steps
it's
that have to
very- yeah, it's
happen and
very difficult.
that's why for me, having the policy clearly laid out and then going towards the other manual and working that way and trying to find ways of making it better, that's what we do.
Okay. So, we need a motion to accept that policy. Are you,
I'll make the
Well,
motion to accept that policy as presented, new policy
As amended.
As amended.
yeah,
as
Okay.
amended.
all in favor?
Yes,
Can you reread it?
Moved by Counselor Huck to approve policy 8, employee safety as amended.
Perfect.
And I guess with any policy that we make, they're easy to change too, as long as it's something that doesn't interfere with occupational health and safety or the municipal government act or something else.
Which is what this is based on, and I do know there are new amendments coming down. Which we are not in compliant yet, and I will be working on that. Is workplace harassment has to be more defined,
Yeah.
and that is huge now.
Okay, thank you. Business municipal office building engineer proposal plan.
so I was looking at that. So basically, are they don't feel like a basement, they feel like a basement is going to be a problem?
Yes,
In that site one, it would be for sure.
they actually
So-
said based on the soil samples, yes. And
So-
you're gonna
so-
have,
So
Okay.
screw piles basically mean we go down like so many feet or whatever, and that's our footings or whatever?
Yes.
They go down to where the piles have a pressure on them, a gauge. Where they go, so they can go, they might have to go down a long ways before the machine that puts piles in. Is having a hard time screwing them in, and then there's a pressure gauge on that, and then that's where they stop.
Okay, so and so that's what, and then you build your base on that, or does it sit, or do you skirt around it? Is that what happens then? It sits on those screw piles and then you skirt the building?
yes.
Yeah, you could put beams on the screw piles and then the building would have to be skirted. But also in that, we had talked about moving it up the hill and over towards the playground more.
And they did outline that. They've noted that if the building was moved back and cut into the slope, it would require slope stability analysis for any grade steeper than 10%, and the existing slope is greater than 10%.
And we're gonna need-
Slope
And that was then we're gonna have to spend $10,000 on a slope assessment thing or something, right?
stability, correct, and then also you would need a structural engineer as well, so that would be another additional cost. It starts adding up.
It
So,
does. I
so
have
then,
it- Okay, sorry.
so then if we don't have a basement, then we have a water cistern underground. Is that what we would do?
There are two options. You could do underground if you want, based on what the engineers are provided. Now, they are coming out and they're doing these, they're coming right out to check all the stuff for the sewer, to see whether the slopes and everything will make it work, our existing tank, all that stuff. So that's being assessed this week. Possibly by the end of this week. You could have it underground, or you could have a separate thing on the side building, have the tank insulated and everything, and just right into the building.
A separate thing on the side, as in you would build like a little shed or something?
Yes, you know, like you would when they have they gotta put in a lift station. They put in a building and they put all the pumps and everything in there. You could do the exact same thing, just a smaller version. A small concrete pad if you wish, the building put on there like a shed and insulated, and yeah.
And saying so, I think that entire situation you're talking about, Melissa, will cost as much as a basement.
But the location there, for putting the basement, like that was part of that slough before, like the shallow part of the slough. Before the dumpsters were there, and also before, Front Street was off of Buffalo Road. The concern, I got a few concerns about site number one, and that is the fact is that it could be put into the hill back some. We also, when you look at it on the map there, we have to have parking for the playground, the tennis and pickleball court, the give and take, and the basketball court. And that building is so close to the other buildings there, like the give and take, as well as the bottle shed, like the parking would be a problem because people go there in the summer quite a bit with vehicles. And the other thing that I have a concern about is if we get a huge deluge of rain, I don't care. That's a potential floodplain there. I do like the fact that Sarah Kuhn put in her report either a overland swale, which I've been talking about anyway, or a culvert down to the lake, because that French drain won't handle it. So I don't know, I just think it makes more sense to me to move that thing. I don't know, it's a hard situation, but to me, it doesn't make sense to have it where it's at.
Then you guys, they've given you 3 options for the site, so I just need to know where you want it. The building is gonna start being built. And we need a site location to start prepping.
Yeah, and that's true, and the building, starting to being built, that's fine. It's the site, so I don't know.
Unless council just would prefer to just take the site completely off, and do you want administration to review purchasing a property in a different location? Because we can have a municipal office building in R1, it would not interfere. It can be possible. But that would add buying a property.
$100,000.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we've got to choose one of these 3 sites, and now, I guess the thing, how easy would it be to move that the give and take building maybe to the other side of the dumpsters?
The give and take building is quite easy, it is on skids. The other building.
The other one's a
bottle
garage, right? Yeah, the garage.
Has it has a slab foundation. I don't have any answers for you, it's possible, anything's possible. But the give and take, definitely, that's a skid.
Because that would give us room for people to get up to the playground and stuff, huh?
Correct.
Well, it's the parking there, Bob, that is a concern. Like if you look on that drawing on placement number 1 there, it really is cramping that area off.
Yeah, no, but if we got rid of the give and take building, then people could park sort of perpendicular to the office there, right? We could have parking stalls in front of the office.
Mhm.
What do you think,
Ideally,
Ed?
Well, if you want my honest answer, I don't like any of the locations that have been picked. My choice would have been up the hill behind the garbage dump where, it's completely out of the way. A cost of $10,000 for slope stability test. We're gonna have to do regardless, wherever we put it, as far as I'm concerned. We're gonna be able to put a basement in it. We're gonna have good parking. We're gonna be able to leave the parking alone over beside the give and take for our playground. And if we put it up the hill behind the board, then that's going to probably be in conflict with the new hall in the future.
Yeah, we had
guess
talked about the new hall being where if we did to do a new hall, that it would be where the garbage dump is what we talked about, right? Flipping the spots, right? The issue we have right now is trying to, if we put it where the garbage dump is right now, then we have to do a quick decision on the garbage dump.
Well, as far as when Melissa did her research into a containment system for the garbage dump, it could actually go where the hall site number 1 is. The dumpsters could be moved over there.
Just have covered dumpsters or whatever, right? We don't have to have the
Well, the containment system is for the runoff through the bottom.
Yeah.
Bob, so.
oh,
you
right.
probably-
I see what you mean. Yeah. Sorry. I know what you mean. That, yeah, those yes.
But I did send you them pictures of them dumpsters over at, I went over to Buffalo Sands and whatever, Buffalo Meadow Estates. And their dumpsters have the lids on, so they have no problem with birds, and they don't have to have a fence around them. And the only thing is they're much smaller. But I'm just not sure. I mean, Melissa's right, we have to make a solid decision on this. And I know what Ed's talking about behind the dumpsters there. Once you get to the back of the dumpsters, you're clear sailing. I mean, the hill goes up slightly there, but it's not as bad as the one behind site number 1. So that may be an answer. But we have to make a decision because the building is
Yeah, I agree.
the prep on the ground. The ground preparation, the site preparation is could be a big deal, but most site preparations are in lots of areas, like any subdivision, or even if you're building a cabin on a hill, it's part of the expense of the building. But we can't fool around too long, that's for sure.
So placement of cistern and holding tank in site location 2. It says a schematic of the interior office that shows everything northwest corner of the building where the mechanical room is. Assuming the water cistern is located next to the mechanical room to assist in avoiding pressure losses due to distance, it would need to be fit between the new municipal building and the existing bottle shop garage. Without detailed surveying and sizing of the cistern, we are unable to confirm if the tank would fit between the 2 structures. So if you took and moved the dumpsters, as you're saying, and put the office there, then that's the breakdown they provided for you. Based on the assumed separation requirement 10 meters from water to sanitary, the sanitary tank would likely be placed in the same location as proposed for location 1 with underground pipe installed to connect. So they have done a thorough investigation. It's just what site, so I can start saying what I need to get done. If it's moving those dumpsters, then as soon as possible here, because the weather's, I think, gonna start changing, we can start getting things going.
Well, in that site number 2, also, unless it can go back. There is hill behind that, but it can be cleaned out easy. It's not as near as steep as on the other side.
Yep. But I need to know because they're going out there and they're getting the elevations and checking to see if there's any way we can connect the sewer to the original tank. What would be required there? Is it possible? They want to do a final site visit, but they need to know where. And if you stick to the pilings, then putting it there, I don't see what, according to this, it can be, it's just more work. But if we have to start prepping, we prep. Doesn't matter. I just need a decision.
I think that site 2 looks more favorable to me than the number 1 there. Just for the room. I don't know about putting the dumpsters over there, it would probably be okay. And then if that swale was built down to the lake.
Right, but that's in the other report,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah,
So what my thing is, have you decided that actually 2 is better and you want me to move the dumpsters over to 1? And then we will continue looking at future changes of those dumpsters? Do you want to keep the fencing? Do you want to get rid of the fencing? Like, I can do anything, just I need a decision.
So if we get covered dumpsters as opposed to the dumpsters we have now, are those dumpsters leased? Or how
I
do
would
we-
assume that at this point, I think some of our dumpsters are leased through the. And then 1, I think we own, but I would have to verify that. And then I would have to check with them on if they have different pipes with lids. So again, that's another change that I could investigate, but at this point with the existing stuff is what do you wanna do?
Well, I think that, you know, if 2's the right spot, like I say, we move the dumpsters over to either number 1, where the number 1 site is, but I would want to see covered dumpsters over there, you know?
Okay, so that's a further investigation on who owns the existing dumpsters? And what would be the cost? of
I
changing?
actually believe we own, whether there would be record of that or not.
Well, this is what I would have to investigate.
So
I know.
if we own them, can we sell those back to the company and either buy or lease covered ones?
They're actually, it's kind of when we put the dumpster compound in there, it cost the village $15,000, and it was quite a while back. And that was quite a investment at the time. But then since then, some of the dumpsters have rotted out. Some have got replaced by the village, but the landfill authority has also replaced them, because in other places like Denalda and Erskine, for example, their dumpsters come from the landfill authority. That's where they come from, because it's part of the authority. So that would have to be looked into.
Yeah, I can't clarify at this point in time. All I can say is if this is our intent and we're gonna move them for now and figure out if we can replace them to the landfill authority, what's gonna be the cost? If they're ours, if they're leased, yeah,
I guess the other thing is we do have an extra one, like on the long weekend, we can take the tractor and put it over there too. I don't know if there's maybe the long weekend in August is the main one that they fill up, and then the long weekend in May, because everybody's doing the yard work and they throw all the crap in there and getting their cabins ready, which they're not supposed to put organic in there, but there's a lot in there. So I don't know, but anyway, we gotta get back to what's the direction do you think you wanna to go at as where the positioning is?
Well, I think site number 2 makes the most sense. The issue is as long as we can find a viable place to move the dumpsters to.
Well, they can certainly go over where site number 1 is for now. And it'll take a lot less space. They can even be moved down to the over the trench drain line there, the green marking on the map there. I mean, they're not gonna take as much room as the site for the building, for sure.
correct.
You'd have to probably move them down anyway, because the truck has to have to maneuver in there, right?
Well, the reason I kind of like 2 is then the parking would be, you would be perpendicular to the building there, right? And you could have like 10 or 12 parking stalls right in front of the building, which could be used, you know, if there's a meeting in the building, but then it could also be, people could park there and go up to the playground and stuff, you know?
Correct.
Mhm.
I think from a parking standpoint, 2 makes a lot more sense. What do you think, Ed?
My idea is not to have the garbage dumps anywhere in that compound, period. I had looked at a spot, I'm wondering why the proposal that I'd made here earlier, that hasn't been taken into consideration, which is up on the hill, but the entrance to it is coming in off of Buffalo Road. Was that ever investigated?
I haven't yet, but I know I can ask the engineers, is that a request as part of the 2024? You guys want the engineers to go and assess adding in a whole new area up off of Buffalo, making a roadway? That's going to have some huge costs, but yeah, we can investigate it and it can be moved there, and if you want it built into like they do out at other bigger transfer sites where it's more of a compaction thing, that's a whole nother investigation on how do we make that work? How do you get the trucks in there? It may be out of sight, out of view. It may have some ramifications and extra costs.
Yeah, now, would that be money that would we be able to use grant money for most of that?
Well, you can, but yeah, is that, you've got other projects coming up as part of there's other things you're looking at right now in this package. So, but it can be a 2024, 25 project, but temporarily, we still need to have a location for the dumpsters until we can move forward.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was gonna say, that this
But,
dumpster thing is something that I think your idea is good, Ed. I think we have to make a decision now and do something where to put the dumpsters, and hopefully, you know, not be too expensive about it, and just get them moved for now so that we can get
Well,
the building into place.
Another reason why I would like that area utilized up there is because we can use that for storage for like gravel, mulch. We've got lots of room up there for maintenance to store stuff that we need stored instead of scattering it out in behind the buildings like what we have there and making it unsightly back there. We would be able to create a lot more room for storage on that proposed location that I'm mentioning. And we could actually move the give and take unit up there. And in the very near future, we could have that thing gated to where the dumpsters are controlled, and we can alleviate a lot of issues that we've had in the past.
I think the main thing is here, the dumpsters can be moved temporarily over on the
Well,
site.
yeah, if the dumpsters can be moved temporarily while we work on this, I got no problem with that. But like in the very near future, I don't want to even see them dumpsters down there, especially when we got a brand new office and whatnot on the same compound. And you're having a lot of traffic going in and out of there, where you're getting residue, believe it or not, off your tires from the surrounding outside areas. And that's all going to wind up in that French drain and right into the lake, as it's doing right now.
Agreed.
I know I hate to bring that subject up, but it's a fact. It's a true and living fact. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah,
We're going to get our ass in a sling if we don't fix this.
I agree. So what I'm thinking, my thought process is that we choose site 2 and we look at getting, maybe half a dozen covered dumpsters to sit at site 1 for right now. And we don't have to do all the fencing and stuff like that. And then it'll control the birds and things like that.
Well, I think as far as the dumpsters go, I think that is priority number 1, is keeping the birds and the animals out of it. But priority number 2 to me, in all honesty, is access for seniors that can't crawl upstairs. And I think this dump grounds, these dumpsters, the site structure itself has to be built and done properly for easier access for our residents.
The little ones are the smaller ones with the lids, Ed, over at Buffalo Sands. They're really easy. Them lids are plastic and the thing is, I know what you're talking about at the transfer station in Stettler, where you drive up behind and then you put your stuff in. But the problem with that is, with us, would be then they're going to be able to dump heavier shit in there, like a fridge or a stove or whatever else. Whereas the smaller ones with the covers on it, it's geared for
Residential purposes
household
only.
garbage. Yeah, they are.
Can we afford to put smaller dumpsters in there to begin with? I mean, you look at a busy weekends in the summertime, 6 of our dumpsters, big dumpsters now, are full and they're overflowing.
Well, the thing is also, Ed, we could have an alternate with another couple of them somewhere, let's say, I don't know, just off the top of my head, the truck fill station or something like that, where you could put a couple in there.
Well, the other thing that I was thinking too is that, I think like some of the weekends, I think they fill up with yard waste and things like that. And we could maybe just have an uncovered one that is for yard waste only on the long week. And we could put it out there for like the long weekends and things like that.
Like a roll off. We did that before, but then people started putting crap. I mean, it'll be different when the office is out there, because at least there'll be some monitoring.
And then maybe there's other solutions we can come up with to help alleviate some of that other stuff. So until we are out there and being able to assess properly how much of it is yard waste, maybe there is a way of, maybe we turn around and say, okay, we'll bring out a separate bin for yard waste, and maybe that's a cost we need to think about. That's separate.
I don't think we're going to solve the dumpster issue today.
No,
I don't Agreed.
and I think we have to come up with a temporary solution for the dumpsters if we're going to put the office in site two. And if it turns and it may be a problem we have to solve. Well, it certainly is a problem we have to solve long term, but even we might have to, you know, temporarily solve it a bit on long weekends and stuff.
And the other thing is, this is just off the top of my head, but so you can put so many down there where site one is, but also at the end of Mackenzie and Jennifer Drive on that corner, you could put 2 or 3 in there too. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have them all in one place if it's household garbage. And that could be temporary fix too until something's figured out. But I do think we have to absolutely decide today on that building location. And it seems like number 2 looks good to most, and also then it could also be pushed back some into that hill.
I will have the engineers, when they come out, make
Mhm.
sure how far back they can go with affecting and costing more money.
Well,
Well, I like
think-
that, I like that decision, because number one, we can put a basement underneath our building. And then that way we can put our cistern, we can have our infrastructure in a safe, contained area where we don't have to worry about it.
So you want a basement, so there's a whole bunch of subgrade support that's gonna have to happen. According to the report, there's gonna be a lot more moving of dirt, bringing in fill. There's quite a bit of stuff that'll have to be done, where if you go with the pilings, you won't.
Well, I guess what we should
Like,
vote on
how
is whether
much
we want a
more
basement.
you be able to take this budget, cause I've got the building. But now you're gonna have to give me more of a budget for all this stuff.
So how much grant money have we got sitting there right now? Like we've paid for most of the building on grant money. So the site is going to be on the new grant money, right? The after 2018 grant money, right?
Yeah, you're 2019, so you're probably looking at about 100 and some thousand you'll need for sure to spend, which you're probably gonna use all of it. But you're limiting what you're gonna be able to do moving ahead. How far do you wanna get in depth of using up all the money when there's other things within you're also looking at as part of your budget process too? And you talked about dumpsters, so all these things will cost money. Where do you wanna increase? Do you want to spend more money on getting the foundation? And doing that, or do you want to do the pilings that are laid out here by the engineer? I don't know, it's your guys' decision, but you need to know.
I'm not,
And you must have a
I'm not,
sub.
I'm not as worried about having a basement. If we can make it work economically otherwise.
Yeah, because if you do a basement, it does say you're gonna need to have a sump pump, you're gonna have to have all those kind of things put in place. Where with pilings, you won't have those same issues, and even if you did have a water backup, less likely it's gonna affect your building because it's on pilings.
And I think the other thing we have to be looking at is too the elevation of the floor of the building, because some of the floor joists and the flooring is probably going to be around a foot there. And then if you're off the ground, you got to look at the fact that we have to put wheelchair ramp in. So for every inch you go up, then it's another foot of ramp.
1 to 12.
Yeah.
Yep.
1 inch up and 12. So we got to be careful of the elevation as well.
So the farther you go up into a hill, so if you go in 10% or just under 10%, like, I'm concerned with the different other things that we have to be placing to make it more accessible. And how much do you want to put into one area and then you're lacking in another? I guess that's the decision of council.
You know, from my standpoint, I mean, I'll go if you guys disagree, but I'm not sold that we need to have a basement. I think we can work it otherwise, and as long as we've got somewhere for the water cistern, I think we're okay. Like in reading that report, the basement scared me a little bit because they were talking about having sump pumps, and if the sump pump didn't work and stuff like that, we were going to have problems and things.
Correct.
Yeah, it is kind of one half one way and one half the other. I mean, there's tons of places out at the lake that have sump pumps.
But this is
But this is a definite flood area and a slough. I mean, from what I'm taking, what Ed, that you're saying is that where the dumpsters are, you'd want to excavate back probably where the building could be into that hill and have parking where the dumpsters are. Is that what
Exactly.
you're-
But move it back up into the hill enough so that we can dig a basement that is gonna stay high and dry and we don't have to worry about water issues.
But then that creates an issue for like how access to it, like is it going to be a bunch of stairs and stuff, and then we're going to have a big long ramp and stuff like that?
correct.
It won't be near enough of a ramp as if you're gonna put that thing on stilts.
You're also gonna have to clear trees. So you're going to
Which-
change the dynamics of that.
For preparation to make that behind the dumpsters is very minute. Yeah, that can be done in one day with a cat. And the cost of a cat is $2,300 a day.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but there's maybe a compromise too. So as long as it's. So if it goes into the hill some, you have to have room behind the building to get a machinery in there, let's say 20 or 30 feet, in case there has to be a retaining wall there, which I don't know whether there would be, but there probably may, depending on the slope of the hill. But the other thing about the whole deal is then if it's then the parking could be, right up in front and the building would be there, whether it would have a basement or not. I'm kind of don't know where. I would sure like to have that, but I don't know if the location is right there, because where the bottle shed is now, and then over towards Front Street, that was all underwater.
So I guess what I'm getting from you guys, and I think we're digressing here, we need to get back to this topic. That you want to have the office put its site to and relocate the dumpsters. And have the engineers with the approval that site 2 is the location to check the slope going behind to see how far back it can go and provide the full detailed plan and setup with the elevations without spending additional money going into the slope. Or do you want to spend additional money going into the slope? That's the question.
I would say spend additional money going into the slope.
I would
Finding out what
agree.
it's gonna cost anyway.
I would agree
Well,
with
we know what the cost is, it's $10,000. And then if it goes farther than 10%, you may need a structural engineer. And you must be willing to say you agree with that, because this is where your guys' area is. It's the money, how much money we're gonna spend. I got the building, but this site now is starting to seem like you're taking a lot of money and all on a site, you want clear direction. We'll move the dumpsters, is site to the location, and are you going back in the hill and we hire the people and they set it up and we get it done? And
Yeah.
you're going with pilings, or you want to spend that extra another $50,000 and do a whole foundation with sump pumps and the whole 9 yards, and then we gotta deal with that as future maintenance.
I don't want to get into sump pumps and things like that because, you know, at your home, if the sump pump doesn't work, you're usually living there and you're there to deal with it. But, you know, there could be, you know, periods of time where there might not be anybody in the office checking it for 3 days or something like that on a long weekend or whatever. And if something happened, it's an issue. So from my standpoint, I would rather just put it in site 2 and put it on pilings and you know, go back as far as we can without having to spend a bunch of money on engineered drawings and additional site preparation and stuff.
Sounds pretty good. I don't know. I would be a little hesitant about the basement if it doesn't go back into the hill, that's for sure. I mean, the piles are fine. The biggest worry about piles is the elevation off of the ground. And the fact that the skirting, you know, it has to be really, really good dug in because you get varmints all over the place.
You can get that in the basement too. You can get mice in the basement, you can get anything, even woods, doesn't matter. It's that, I know that skirting foundation, you bet. You wanna make sure it's insulated, you wanna have it proper, you want a gravel base underneath. All those things will have to be completed. Now, do we have excess gravel at site? Yeah. Could we use that? I think we could. Those are all things you would use to reduce those risks, but you're never, even in a house, going to be able to stop if mice get in or whatever. It happens in a house, with a basement, it'll happen anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if the building's sealed, I mean, basically mice and stuff like that, I think the biggest issue with mice is people leaving doors open and things like that. So, I mean, I'm a fanatic about making sure doors are closed and things like that, you know. I mean, old cottages and stuff, they have a lot of cracks on the walls and things, but a new building should be sealed pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the elevation with piles,
Elevation no higher than 10%. If it goes above the 10%, you would have to authorize.
Yeah, I think we push it back as far as we can to prevent
Under
having to spend the money on
10%.
the engineering for 10%, the 10% grade.
Okay,
well, we can make some of the grade 10%. That's
Yeah, I mean, we can do that to some extent, right? But we couldn't do that on site 1. I mean, if you're trying to do that on site 1, you'd be knocking down the whole hill.
we have our land use bylaw and it states, like, you gotta watch your grading. We make people do it. If the grade of the property starts getting 1% and higher, they must do all these things. So why are we not being the same?
well, we'll have to follow the rules.
Yes,
Yeah.
so
Absolutely.
we can go get the engineers to go back as far as they can and not over the 10% grade. That way we don't have any additional extra costs. So it must stay under the 10% grade change. Does that that's what I here. Am I correct?
Well, that's
or
the
am
way I
wrong?
feel. I'm not sure Ed agrees, but that's the way I feel.
Yeah,
Well,
I totally disagree with it. And I mean, that's my vote, but if you guys want to go ahead and vote on it, agree with it, but I disagree, and I just want to make sure it's recorded at this meeting that I totally disagree with not by putting it on stilts. I'd like to see a basement, and I just want to make sure that it's recorded that way, that with my decision. Because you're gonna get some backlash over this. I know you are.
We're gonna get backlash over whatever we do.
Well, from our tax paying residents that that a lot of people have already talked about this, but I mean, this is our decision, and I've made my decision. I'm gonna give you my decision, and but you guys, if you two agree on this, that's fine. That's your decision.
Well, from my standpoint, I am making my decision based on engineers' recommendations.
Yes, yeah, exactly, and that's a
And
good way
you
to do
know,
it.
people could disagree with me, and there's lots of people out there that may disagree, but I guess I'm a great believer in taking professional advice.
Okay, I'm happy with that, but I guess the bottom line is
I don't care if people
like
are-
Melissa says, we gotta get this done with. We gotta make a decision here. Let's get her done.
Motion with the ideas, but.
Not quite yet,
I
and not,
guess
this
the
is still
other-
debate.
the other part could be if it went back farther, there could also be footings in a frost wall instead of a full basement because of the water. You know, and you could put cisterns down there as well. I know it's a lot of people say if you're gonna put just a 4-foot frost wall and then footings underneath, why the hell don't you do a whole basement? But if we're in a situation where there's gonna be water, I don't think we wanna be looking at that. So it is possible that we get the soil tested towards into that hill. And then see what's there. If it's a solid clay foundation underneath of there that's suitable to build on, then you can do a frost wall instead of the piles.
Okay, so you guys now want to change this, you want to get you want to get the geotechnical back out to do another
Well,
location.
we're not changing anything because we really haven't made a decision yet.
Okay, but if you proceeded with
so-
that idea, that would put geotechnical again. So that's
It doesn't-
another,
Doesn't the building have to be, like, the building is starting to get built and we have to make a decision today because isn't there sort of certain changes to the building based on whether it's on piles or whether it's on a foundation?
no, they have built it this way, whether you put it on a foundation or you do it on pilings. Everybody's recommending the pilings, but this is how they build the structure.
But on top of the pilings, there has to be beams, doesn't there?
Yeah, your pilings and your beam system is gonna cost as much as a basement.
Like you gotta set the pilings are fine, but there's still gotta be beams on top of it.
That one
Well-
that Bob
It's all-
Buchanan did over,
In here. I put
The
the
one that-
drawings and everything in here. And it tells you how the pilings go. That's the
See-
space. It's all in the, and that were provided to you guys.
But underneath the pier,
Everything's set so it can do the pilings.
See, we keep coming back to the basement and I wouldn't have a problem with the basement if there was not going to be water issues, but I think we're in an old slough. And I think we're running, my concern is water issues, which is what the engineers said.
yeah, and I do agree with that because it was an old slough. But up in, up into the hill area, that wasn't.
I
So-
think, I mean, I guess I'm under the opinion that we have to, that we should be taking engineers' recommendations, and I think that just from a, we've paid for a lot of engineering here, and I think that we need to take the recommendations of the engineer there.
So elevations should be looked at, because if they're moving that house, you just don't flop it on top of the pilings. The pilings have to have beams.
They know exactly, they've given me the contacts for the piling guys. This has all been discussed with them, they know what they're doing, I'm not them. I got the engineers, they're creating the site plan, they're giving you all the information. The builder has said, yes, pilings are your best thing, and that's what we're building towards. So it's just getting it to fit at the most efficient way possible and cost effective. But if you want more information, then I just need to know and give me the numbers, because that's all gonna cost money. Every little investigation and change costs. I have no issue, it's how much money you wanna spend out of the budgets for 2024 grant dollars. And then once we use up the grant dollars, then it goes into taxpayer money.
Yeah, but the grant money we're working on, we have tons of grant money, and then there's, for 2019, you gotta spend it, or else we're gonna possibly lose it.
Right, but you have projects that you're also got reports on, so. There, it's fine to spend a lot of money on one project if it's a big project. How much do you wanna put into one project and take away from doing something else?
No,
That's a council
that's-
discussion.
That's the way budgets are set and everything, but it still
Yeah.
takes us back to. Site number 2 is.
Yep,
Gonna be the site,
okay,
as far as I'm concerned, that's the site. I
Well,
don't know.
let's decide on the site right now. Let's make a decision on, at least that's one step we've accomplished this morning. Do you
Okay.
agree with the site there at the existing transfer site? That's site number 2, correct?
Yeah, so do you guys
Yeah.
want to, and I guess and then do we want to spend another $10,000 on seeing how far we can push it back the hill?
Yes, I agree with that.
I would say as well, because it's not only what has been there in the past, what's gonna happen with the way the changes on in climate and stuff. And I do agree that, pilings are beginning to make a little more sense, as long as it's done properly.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And the underneath, the underneath have to be sheeted or something, I suppose, or whatever, I don't know.
I will tell you right now, most of these structures now, and because this is Nelson, they're building it right from ground, most of them, it's not like a mobile home manufacturing where they put the plastic kind of vinyl thing underneath. These guys are gonna have a solid footings, they're gonna have solid wood all the way underneath. It's gonna be sealed in because they're gonna have all of the piping and everything right inside that valley that's gonna be sealed. And it's probably gonna be solid wood. It's not gonna be
Yeah.
gapped like when you do on a regular house. That's not what they're building. They're building a solid.
Okay, so
That's the difference.
I guess, the other part with the pilings and the beams and the floor, you're still gonna be
'Cause if you take a,
possibly,
if
well,
you,
off grade.
if you take a look at the drawings, it's showing you how the walls are being done, the gap where everything's going in. Like, there's a lot of detail that they've provided in the drawings, because these have to be submitted. Like, on the side of 405 from Nelson Homes,
Or I think it's
exactly right. And they show you the skirting detail, they show you the house connection detail to the pilings, like, they're showing you that stuff, it's there. Right there. See this is all the bottom where they're doing stuff, and then it shows you how the pilings go in and your skirting.
Okay, so they planned on
This has been planned that way.
built-in beams, so they're not gonna be set on the beam's gonna be in the structure.
Yeah, and then the screw piles go in. And then they attach. And they've recommended the screw pile company. I also have a couple more, so these guys specialize in doing this.
So I guess I'm swaying back to going as back as far as we can, even if we have to do some excavation in there to just move it back. Have to do a hell of a lot, but you don't want also runoff off that hill coming right underneath the building, right?
So then you're talking about changing the landscape, so you want to spend the $10,000 extra to go up the grade more than 10%.
Well, we don't know how much room is back there, unless we were at the lake, we could go look, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, that's the problem is I'm trying to picture it right now and I guess my feeling is that we just go back as far as we can without having to spend a bunch of money and just put the screw piles in and put it as far back as we can there is without having to do a whole bunch of excavation out there and a whole bunch spend tons and tons of money. So that's my feeling. And go with what the engineer recommends is the way I want to go.
Going back as far under the 10% to make sure
Yeah.
that they don't exceed the 10%.
That's my thought is go back as far as we can and keep it under the 10% and put the screw pilings in and skirt it. And, because I mean, I think a lot of it, when we see the skirting and stuff, we remember the old mobile homes, but they certainly do things look a lot more professional now than they used to.
Mhm. You won't even notice.
And then there would have to be room behind it for some drainage, like a drainage swale or whatever comes
Yeah.
off the hill.
I agree. Yeah, we've got to swale it around it, and yeah, we've got to have proper drainage around it. But it's also going to be up off the ground by a foot or so it should be okay.
So
Okay.
that again, that's why I need to get this info to the engineer so that they can, while they're out there, they'll assess and they'll make sure how far back it can go. How will that affect drainage? We don't want anything interfering with the underside of the office. I don't think anybody would want to see that.
Yeah.
So you
So
might want to investigate, Melissa, also about what it's gonna cost us for a cement cistern for your water supply and a pump and lines running into it, as compared to a 1,200-gallon plastic water tank that would fit in a basement.
Yeah,
Here's
no,
where you're
I've
gonna-
already
Your
been,
pardon me?
I've already been thinking about that, but I need the site. Cause then I gotta figure out how to make this all fit.
yeah, that water is important, that's for sure.
No, there's no doubt about it.
We can't
So
go without it.
if we could discuss more, or I can make a motion if you like. And you guys can vote the motion down.
I just assume you make the motion, Bob, because we gotta get this done with.
So my motion is that we choose site 2 as the site for the new office, and we have the engineers move it as far back into the hill as possible, keeping it under the 10% grade for drainage, and do have the building placed on screw pilings. Is there anything I'm missing there?
Should that be two motions? Should that be two separate motions?
We could do. We could, the first motion could be we choose site 2.
Yeah, that should be
Okay.
one motion.
Okay, hold on. All right, so that one's easy.
Well, Ed,
So
do you want to make the motion to choose site 2?
Sure, I'll make that motion that we choose site 2 for the new building.
Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Waugh to approve location 2 for the municipal office placement site based on the geotechnical and engineers report.
Okay, so in that one. And relocate the dumpsters to where?
Oh, do you want to make that the third
Site
motion?
one.
Oh, do you want the one? Okay.
Yeah, because this is all from the engineer's report, so
Sure.
we're referencing it,
Are we
correct?
temporarily moving or are we just moving them to site?
Moving in at night, or it doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't matter, we gotta move the dumpster.
Okay, hold on. We don't wanna add like.
Just,
yeah,
nope,
okay,
just
Okay. And moving
approval of the office location at site 2
to location 1.
and move the dumpsters to site 1.
Site 1 or location 1?
Okay, I don't care.
Location 1. We're saying.
Yeah,
Stated
whatever.
on the geotechnical report.
Back again, moved by Councillor Waugh to approve location 2 for the municipal office placement site plan based on the geotechnical and engineers report and moving the dumpsters to location 1. Sound good? Am I
Yes.
missing anything? Okay,
No, I agree with that. I'll
Yep.
agree with that.
I agree.
second motion.
Lauren, do you agree
was-
with that, or agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Okay.
the next motion will deal with the pilings, the grade. And whether we're spending more money.
Okay, so we kind of have consult with the engineers to move the building farther back in location 2 as much as possible without going above the 10% grade for drainage and place the building on screw piles?
No, I
No.
don't like that.
Okay.
Anybody else have a better way of wording it?
Yeah.
No, I think that's fine, and I would make that motion.
Okay. Alright, so.
Can you make sure,
To consult?
I wanna have this repeated back,
Yeah.
not to exceed the 10% grade.
Okay, not to exceed, okay, oh,
Based on the engineer's recommendations.
Yeah,
okay,
I want based on the engineer's recommendation in that motion, because that's what I'm basing my decision on.
the 10% grade or at the very beginning? So I have to consult with the engineers to move the building farther back in location 2 without, okay, so without exceeding,
Without
Without
exceeding
exceeding
without
10%.
exceeding the 10% grade as recommended by the engineering firm.
engineering firm,
Or Aptus Engineering or whatever.
but okay, by Aptus engineering firm,
As recommended by Aptus Engineering's January 30th, 2024 email.
what date was I saying?
January 30th, 2024 email.
And then place the building on screw piles.
And the foundation will be screw pile footings. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that's what they're called. I don't know. Anybody want to clarify? I'm not a builder.
Will be
No,
screw.
they were saying screw piles in the report is what they were calling them, so.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I have by Counselor Huff to consult with the engineers, or to have an administrator consult, no. Consult with the engineers to move the building farther back in location 2 without exceeding 10% grade as recommended by Aptus Engineering firm.
How about take the
Yeah.
consult?
Okay.
Motion by Counselor Huff to have administration, have the engineers.
Yeah.
Okay, move by Counselor Huff to have the engineers plan the site for the plan the building to be placed in an area where it can be pushed back into the hill as far as possible without exceeding the 10% grade, and having the building placed on screw piles.
Okay, okay, let me just read it so I make sure. Demonstration. Demonstration.
It's too bad it's such an area that is possibly gonna be at one time or another flooded out, you know? It's just, I hope the decision is right.
Well, yeah, and you know what, I agree, and I don't know, I guess as I say, my feeling is that the engineers are very worried about a basement, and I know a lot of people, I think a basement would be ideal, but I just, where the site is, I'm just not sure it's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
no,
Bob, the reason that the engineers are worried about a basement is because where the site one was planned to begin with. Well, that is in a slough, but now we're putting it up the hill, and I would like to make another motion and word it exactly like you said, except for screw piles, basement. I would like to have the engineers investigate if it's feasible and it's doable to put in a basement as well as screw piles.
Well, they've sort of said it's not feasible already.
Yeah, the January 30th. Additional information that you guys did request said with regards to a basement or concrete foundation, the geotechnic confirmed by initial comments to you, concrete foundation should not be constructed on organics or fill of unknown quality of compaction, more excavation. The underlying soils in this area were not competent. They were weak. This would likely require very wide footings or additional rebar. Care would have to be taken by the contractor if any water infiltration occurred during construction. And the excavation may be very large as the sand may slough in. A permanent sump would be definitely required and would likely be running full time as the water table is quite shallow. For the boreholes, overall, as noted within the report, the geotech recommends screw piles. A basement or concrete foundation is not recommended from a cost, time, energy standpoint. Those screw piles cost more themselves than a concrete foundation. Once you factor everything else in, they are likely the more cost efficient option. They also would not have the long-term concerns and maintenance costs of a sump and concerns with heaving over time. That's the concerns the engineer has, and that would be long-term maintenance and spending of funds to deal with these issues that they've outlined.
That's based on their findings with the holes they drilled on the bottom part of the pad. They've done no substantial investigation on the side hill at all. Those facts and those determinations could be totally changed around when they go to do their investigation. They're basing their facts on low ground where the slough is.
Okay, well, I've made a motion. We
The
could vote on
motion's-
that and then Ed, if you want to make a motion too.
I'm gonna read it back. I think I have the wording, it sounds better. Kind of thing. So moved by Counselor Huff to have administration consult with Athos engineers to create a plan to place the office building in an area on location 2 back towards the hill without exceeding the 10% grade as recommended by the engineering firm that was based on their email sent on January 30th, 2024, and the foundation for the office building will be on screw piles. That sound good?
Okay, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
No, I disagree. I'm not in favor.
Okay,
Okay. So, and we want that recorded, you
Do
want
you
that,
want to record it? Are you requesting that or not? It's carried with 2. They don't, are we
Ed, did you want that recorded?
Yes, I
recorded
do.
vote?
okay?
Yep.
Ed requesting recorded vote.
Okay, so if we run into this again, the request for recorded vote should actually be before, but I know you
That's
talked about
correct.
that. Before we vote, that should be asked.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Ed did sort of say that he wanted it recorded before, so.
In the discussion.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay, hold on. Let me make my stuff nice here, hold on.
We just wanted to clarify.
Yes, Counselor, motion carried to 2, there's some Counselor. Forward. Counselor Law against.
Okay, so now Mr. Wall was talking, he wants to do another resolution. Can you complete the conversation?
Yes, I would like to make that motion that we do exactly the same wording as Bob has, except for using the word basement instead of screw piles.
Okay. Do you want this recorded as well?
Please.
Hey, Counselor Chris is, I recorded. Okay, now I'll read it back, just give us a second, based on. Ability.
So you're okay with not exceeding the 10% slope? Or are you wanting to exceed the 10% slope?
Well, again, we're not there standing on that side hill, so I don't know whether it would exceed 10% or not.
I can't answer that, I'm just, that's the question.
You did say exactly like Bob.
Let's say not, let's say not exceed 10%. See
Alright,
where that puts
so,
us.
okay, I will read it. So moved by Counselor Watt to have administration consult with Actus engineers to create a plan to place the office building in an area on location 2 back towards the hill without exceeding the 10% grade as recommended by the engineering firm that was based on their email sent on January 30th, 2024, and the foundation for the office building will be placed on the basement. That doesn't.
No, that's not right because
Yeah, that,
because the engineers did not recommend a basement. So basically
Right,
the
so
motion would
that
have to be
is
that you want
based
to put a basement in.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
take out any retrospective of the engineers, because the
Yeah.
engineers are not recommending it.
okay, well, that was in 10% grade. And the foundation for the building so would you investigate then the building to be placed on a basement instead? Cause you kind of said we were gonna put it in a foundation, we're gonna put it on screw piles in the first one, but now you're saying we're gonna put it in a basement, it sounds really weird.
And I'm gonna have to have a cost number, because I think that's gonna take more geotechnical to tell us what kind of fill and stuff like that, because I don't have enough info, I don't know. The
I don't
report.
think you need a number. I think you basically, the motion is to put the building on screw piles or on a basement as opposed to on screw piles.
Okay,
That
that's,
to put it, rather, the motion would be to build the building, have the building placed on a basement as opposed to on screw piles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that works for me.
You got that?
Okay, so,
That's, repeat it.
A bit more
before
clean.
we-
okay, I'm gonna repeat it. Moved by Councillor Watt to have administration consult with Athos engineers. No,
Get rid of this.
not to consult with them.
Let's just.
No.
No, just, it's a motion
To
to have,
moved by Counselor Watt to plan to have the building placed on a basement rather than screw piles.
Basically, that's what.
Okay.
because you got your original motion, now there's a third motion. This motion here is changing the second motion.
Okay,
So,
moved by Councillor Watt to plan to have the building placed on a basement rather than screw piles.
okay, now council's discussion or vote on who's in favor of
Councillor
proceeding.
Watt, Stay there,
This
record it.
discussion I have on it is that if. To me, it would be ideal, but the situation, if we don't go into the hill, isn't good for a basement. And to go into the hill, then we have to have. I mean, you can take a cat in there and you can go into the hill,
Right, but you're still gonna have slope stability.
but then we are. Compelled to do boreholes in there to make sure what's underneath of there. And how far down do we go before there is gonna be a water table problem or a slough one? We know once you get up into that hill. Then there would be no problem at all. The thing is, if we're gonna go at the 10%, I don't think we can go, I'm just guessing. But I don't think we can go back more than about 15 feet, and we're still gonna have to landscape behind there and make a swale for the drainage.
And then you may, depending on if the slope is higher than the 10%, it does said here, you may require a retaining wall for stability. To be built in also on top of your,
Yeah, well,
Drainage.
it's just like the new shop over there, retaining wall behind there.
yeah, and that's additional cost.
So I guess my feeling is that I'm opposed to a basement based on the engineer's recommendations. That's the long and the short of it, that I am not going to feel like I'm not going to go, I am going to go with the engineer's recommendations.
Yeah, that's really apparent, Bob. I'm just trying to bring out why and how these decisions are gonna be made. And there is, I mean, we can do whatever we want. And that's a fact. But it would cost you probably more than the building with engineering to place it back into the hill.
I agree.
Well, maybe more than the building, but it would cost a pot full and.
So you have a motion on the table. Do you guys want to vote?
Yeah, I'll vote on
Yeah,
that.
call for a vote.
So are you voting to approve it?
To put on this is the vote, this is to put it on a basement, right? I
Yes.
disagree. I would vote against that.
I
motion.
will. So moved by Councillor Watt to plan to have the building placed on a basement rather than screw piles.
All in favor?
And it's recorded. So.
1, 4.
1, 4.
Mm,
1, 4.
Every 2 against,
I'm against that.
2 against,
And
defeated.
mine is purely for
Motion.
location where that building is going, it's just the. If we got into it. We could probably be better off buying $100,000 or $120,000 lot than playing around in the hill, but it's a gamble. It truly is.
Okay. So,
Okay,
Okay, so we're moving on.
yeah,
Yes,
Okay, and it doesn't matter that this took that long, because this is a lot of decision for council people.
It was
to make.
it was important for everybody to say their piece, right?
Well, for
Well,
sure.
it
That's
is.
why we're here. That's why
That
we're
it
here.
is that. And the other part is, we really haven't had that much time to do the investigation, and it's not like 10 years ago. You took a cat in there, you bulldozed the hill down, and you placed the building there. But anymore, everything is engineered, and you run into a lot of hurdles because of the engineering, but they're the engineers, so it's on their back if they sign off on it.
That's what I think. That's my feeling,
But we do have a problem with elevation again, so you might want to talk to them.
You guys told me, as long as it doesn't exceed 10%, we'll work on this.
No, for the handicap, because you're at 24 inches.
We'll get that all figured out. We can
Okay.
make anything work when it comes to building that deck and that ramp. Anything, if you gotta extend out, we can make it work. There's ways. I've looked at multiple things, but again, we'll have it designed prior.
An elevator. Okay.
Sure, an outside elevator.
We had one down that I put in, you know.
Can I get a horse and we'll do a
No,
pull-up thing?
I'm not kidding you, it was for wheelchair access on a house.
Yes, I
Oh,
can see
yeah.
that.
It's fine.
Yep.
Okay, so now we're at the
Yes.
assessment review board. So that's the one that's based out of
Edmonton,
Edmonton,
You
or
betcha.
Sherwood Park, Edmonton, doesn't matter.
I don't remember
They're up
exactly, up north, yeah.
So if there's a file against the taxes that are put towards a property, then there's this board that's gonna handle it for us. So it's all out of our hands. Before, we used to do it all the time when there was complaints, and it was very expensive because of the way we had to do it, but this is expensive as well. But if there's a disagreement on the amount of tax that someone's paying, usually the assessor can settle it down.
But it has nothing to do with tax, it has to do with assessments.
Well, so that's why they would complain about it.
Yes, but assessments are what you can complain on, you can't complain on the
Yeah,
tax
I
rate.
can't, well, that's the gist of it though.
Yeah,
So we belong to the board already. And they're looking for a resolution for them new members.
and then just so you're aware, the reason that we're with these guys up north is because Red Deer used to do it, the city of Red Deer. Used to be all partnered municipalities, they quit doing it
Yeah.
for the villages.
So we just need a motion. I'll make that motion.
To appoint, so moved by, hold on, Mayor Thurston. Sorry. To appoint the ARB officials for 2024 as listed, ARB Chairman Raymond Ralph. Certified ARB Clerk Gerald Amarin. Certified Panelists are Darlene Chartrand, Cheryl Exley, Tina Grosco, Stuart Henning, Richard Knowles, Dennis Meyer,
Yes,
and Raymond Ralph.
you got that correct.
Oh, good. Now you get to vote.
Okay, all in favor?
yes,
Okay,
Okay, shoreline management plan. So that company that we've been using for a number of other things, CPP Environmental, has given us a cost estimate for the shoreline plan for the village.
Yeah,
I did mention it at the Buffalo Lake Management Team meeting. It's been talked about having Roshan Sands and the county and White Sands all on the on the same shoreline management plan, but it's not quite possible because the county doesn't have all the right of way leased. So just pieces of it are, and then also like Scenic Sands, their community association has the lease on some on theirs. So it's a kind of complicated. So it's kind of hard to get them all together because we need ours right now. Goshen Sands has one already, but this is going to take care of what you can do on the shoreline and the right of way, the docking and mooring, and also what we can hopefully get in there is the boat launch site, so that if something happens down the road, again, that we don't have to go through all that licensing to get all the work done. What we would do is just apply to environment and protected areas to get it done with a letter, because it'd be part of this agreement. That would make it a lot easier, because then like you can only go in water as of June 1st, and you can't go in the springtime, so it kind of takes half the summer away to start work and get something done. But it would expedite the licensing, because you may go into the summer still trying to get a license to do it. And I don't know, what else would it include?
They did a really good proposal here, because it also will take a look at all of our existing plans that we have and make sure that as they're building it, they'll do the consultation process. So everything gets covered, where there will be the feedback from the public, there'll be presentation to the public, so there will be insight from all sides based on what our requirements are.
And so,
Yeah, so-
as far as paying for this, can we use grant money for this?
Yes.
Yeah,
So yeah, then I think we have to have it done. I mean, it's something that we have to have done anyhow, right? And if we can use grant money to pay for it, I think that's even better.
yeah, and I think the thing is with this company, they are really familiar with summer villages,
Yes.
and they know, all of the lakes up north really deal with mostly, but they have extensive staff to look after and knowledgeable. They really are good. They're the ones that did the evaluation on the Fire Smart program, GDFs, whatever that thing is on the village, quite a number of years ago.
Yeah, we certainly can't do this in-house, right? I mean, it's way too
No.
complicated.
You could.
Now, when you start taking a look at the phases here and what they're reviewing, that's a lot.
Yeah, and then the other part of that is you could put something together, but you'd still have to take it to an attorney, because it's complicated, and they know what they're doing, these guys. So,
The world is complicated these days. It's not like the old days, right? Where we,
no. Yeah. So I guess we just need a motion to accept, and the total on is 30. What is it?
So what you wanna do is motion to approve.
And refer the shoreline quote.
Yeah.
It's this writing is so small, it's 37,815.
So how about motion to approve the shoreline management plan, MPS CPP,
And refer to capital budget deliberations.
quote for the 2024 capital project budget.
Yeah, it has to be this year's budget item.
sure. What would this come out of? That MSI grant, or what would it come out of?
Yeah,
It
it'll come out of it.
Probably, yeah, we gotta take care of MSI.
Yes, we're gonna have another deadline coming. So I have to keep working on
So
stuff.
to approve the shoreline management plan quote by CPP and refer to the 2024 capital budget deliberations.
To approve proceeding it as a 2024 capital budget.
What should it be, to contract this company to provide us with a shoreline management plan?
Well, you're approving the quote
Yeah,
for them to work.
Okay, so we're approved, okay, so approve. Shoreline management quote by CPP and what's the next part you said?
To approve it as the 2024 capital budget project. At an amount of, so let's go 40,000 even.
Yeah, okay.
Capital budget. By how much? Sorry, I missed that part.
At $40,000 covered under MSI grant, so make sure we put it as what grant it's going to,
Grants or grants?
under the MSI grant. So it's 2024 under the MSI grant, and you've approved to get this code as part of the 2024.
Okay, move to approve the shoreline management plan quote by CPP and to approve it for the 2024 capital budget.
Okay, we're gonna end as
As
the 2024
the 2024
capital budget project.
capital budget project. Of $40,000.
In the amount of $40,000.
up to $40,000.
Yes, thank you, up to $40,000 under the MSI grant.
Okay, to approve the shoreline management plan quote by CPP as the 2024 capital budget project. Up to $40,000 covered under the MSI grant.
Then it's clearly laid out.
Okay, all in favor?
Oh, who wants to put their name on it first?
Oh, I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll approve, agree.
Yep.
motion carried.
Okay, next item is short-term rentals. And I've been investigating this all over the place. And some of it has come from, it's all different reasons for controlling or not allowing or having 30-day minimum and everything else. And it goes from anywhere from accommodation to abuse. And I'm not talking about the abuse part, like everybody. It's just that it's out of hand in a lot of resort areas and some lakes. Part of my family is involved with the problem, and also my sister-in-law's sister has got a big problem with it, and it's got way out of hand. And a lot of it is derived from groups get together in some places and buy a lot of properties at lakes or whatever that are fairly reasonable, and then they rent them out, and they don't have any affiliation with the village. This is an investment thing, and lots of times there isn't anybody to contact because there's no administration or real estate looking after it or anything else, and it's just some areas it's just terrible. So I know that sometimes if, like, we've got two in the village right now, and of course they'd have to be grandfathered or whatever that word is. But going forward, I think it's being proactive. It's like a mitigation thing, the same as flood mitigation. in my opinion, is something that if it gets left alone, you have a hell of a time backing up on it. So I think it's an important thing for the peace and quiet of our village, for the fact that we have people here and responsible Airbnb folks make sure that the folks that visit their places are. But when you get rogue parties going on, the noise, the abuse of the village facilities, the beach, the partying all over, and drugs and alcohol involved in groups of people, and it's happened before, because I've shut them down, myself, just through letters, and it was just out of a cabin that was personally owned, but it was just a mess. And it's just not something that's suited for the village, as far as I'm concerned. If someone wants to come to the village, let's say for a visit or whatever, maybe there could be a 30-day minimum, but no subletting, no anything else. And I don't think it's fair in my mind that the person, whoever it's going to be in the village, when there's a party cabin, not being all the time, but on some weekends, is a real mess. It shouldn't be up to the individual to phone the RCMP to get it straightened around. I think the village should put the brakes on it before it gets out of hand. That's my opinion. So
Yeah, I think that the thing is, this Airbnb has become sort of a lot of people's source of income, and people just, like you say, go buy up cheap properties and then rent them out as their source of income. And I was involved in owning a portion of a place up in Canmore, and a lot of the places got bought up and they were getting used as, VRBOs or Airbnbs, and the condo association was constantly having to deal with, every Saturday night being a noise violation. And there was now that place, there was like a hot tub and stuff, and, abusing the hot tub and things like that, so, or being, rowdy around the hot tub and noise. And so I think it's something that we have to proactively look at here. And I think we need to, to maybe put a little bit of a committee together, or just do some investigating on how to word it properly,
I I totally agree with both of you guys, almost 100%. What I don't agree with is with what Lauren said in one phrase there, that word grandfathering in. I hate that word. I would like to see that kicked right out of the conversation. If we can implement some rules to these people that are in business right now, like Bob says, we got to talk about this, but let's apply those rules without using that word grandfathering.
Well, I think the thing is, Ed, is we can grandfather them with sort of a codicil that one incident and they lose the grandfathering or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
well, let's use a different word. That's all I'm asking.
I don't know what other word. Well, what you could just put in as per whatever date. There's 2 properties in the village that are short-term rentals, and they can just be left alone the way they are.
Right.
But if we do problems, we can remove that. Now, do we know there's only 2? Because there may be more that we don't know about.
This is why I think we should do a lot more investigation on this, because I do totally agree with what you guys are saying. It's it's gonna create a problem in the future, and I don't wanna see that.
I think all this is giving us a insight, and then we can, this is gonna take a while to put together. It's not a decision that's gonna be made today. It doesn't have to be, it can be tabled to the next meeting, but we have to certainly think about it. And I think it's very important. I'm just
So do you guys want a motion to table this so you can have further
Or-
thoughts about it and come back and discuss it further? Or is there a direction you want to give administration? Do you want a survey done, just a generic survey? Is there any concerns with Airbnbs?
well.
Well, I think in all fairness, we should do this as quick as possible because, I mean, short-term rental season is coming up right around the corner. And these people should have these rules applied to them right away.
Yeah, I don't think that we can make the rule today. We have to get some more information on how to word it properly and how to, but so I don't know whether we do a survey, whether we put a little quick, a fast committee together but I think we need to maybe have something that and have this has to be sort of straightened out by sort of April at the latest, sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
What we can do is, like the two existing, maybe you could license for $50 a year, or I don't know, whatever. But the other part of that is you can also put a moratorium on any more if you put a license on the two we know about. And then there would be no more licenses issued until this thing, it has to be done properly and it has to be done civilly. And the public has to be aware of what's happening and the reasons why. And I think it's that's what we could do, is just table this and have some, wait for some thoughts from these folks until March.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I know I like to see your report. I have one that I've received.
I think
Now-
there's more than, I suspect there's more than two. Like there's two we know of, but I know one that was a short-term rental 3 or 4 years ago. I know a friend of my son's rented a place for like a weekend, not one of those two, but that was 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't know whether it is anymore or not. So that's what we do need to find out if there's more.
There's only 2 registered with Airbnb, sorry, and there's none registered with VRBO.
Okay,
Right.
but people can do them privately, maybe like on Craigslist or something like that or whatever, right?
Well, if they're done privately, a short-term rental is a short-term rental. It comes into that realm, but I think.
No, but I'm saying we only know of 2 because they're registered on Airbnb, but there may be people that do them on their own somehow.
Yeah, Kijiji or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we? I don't know.
So should we direct administration to get us some information or come up with a draft policy on this type of thing?
Well,
So do you want a draft policy or do you want to get feedback from the community that council is looking at this? And if anybody would like to provide feedback for council discussion before you proceed to a policy level, because I don't know, do you want to know if the community? I don't.
Yeah, I think
you want
that's a good
feedback
idea.
from-
I agree with that.
I think it'd be a lot more stable for everything in general, if we did a community survey or some community feedback of some sort, because I know this has been an issue from a lot of people that I know of over the past couple of 3 years, and nothing's really come to a head yet. And I'm
Yeah, I think
quite
some
sure that
feedback would be
they would
good so that we
appreciate
have
that.
some feedback would be good, because then we would have some you know, get some backing as to, you know, if there has been problems or whatever.
Correct.
Well, the problems aren't there, that's well, there was that one problem on Destiny, but the problems aren't there because there isn't any, only the two.
Yeah,
So it's just, this is a mitigation thing, it's not a, we're not looking at a village that has 50 of them,
mhm.
right? And there is villages like that and resort areas, and they're having a hell of a time. Like I've contacted Banff, it's a little bit different in there because that's federal property and it's called bed and breakfast. And then the development officer there sent me and told me about Prince Edward Island, where there's a problem. But not everybody, you gotta realize that. And then in Ontario, where I have family, there's two that are just horrid. Radium. But everybody has different reasons for having them. Some supplement their income. Some municipalities don't want them because they have a housing shortage. And it goes, and it's all over the world. Like New York shut them down to 30 days because they needed housing, and they did that in October. I mean, we can't compare ourselves to New York City, but the problem is still there. That's the problem. So that's why I think we should certainly look at it for the welfare of our village and the peace and quiet and the fact that not everybody is perfect anymore and well behaved, and drugs and alcohol have a lot to do with it. And young people, one person rents it, like in Wabamun, the lady rented her place for Airbnb. She saw the traffic going back and forth on the cam and she thought there was visitors. This is a high-end house too. So what the trucks coming and going were, they stripped the whole inside of the house and took everything.
Mhm.
You know, it's, I don't know. It's just a problem. There's one in Roshan Sands, and there was a report, and it's just horrid all weekend. And some people, one person rents it, and you get 40 people there.
Yeah, I think we've got to do something. It's just a matter of how we go about it. Do we do a survey, or do we
I think a survey,
just
like,
write up a policy?
yeah, this has to be really transparent. So as fast as we can get a survey out.
That's what I think.
Through the internet, like through our contacts.
So like you're thinking like your mailing, like your email, like mailing
Yeah.
list, Facebook and website.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And we would have to have their response with their name on it, so we know they're from the village and all. Property owners in the village or renters. Okay,
So. I had
I'll make a motion that we do
direct administration.
a survey on short-term rentals and see what the village folks, pro or con, have. And their name has to be on the response.
Okay,
I can't, I can't put that. You're going out for feedback, but you can't be putting too many conditions on. You're looking for feedback from the community.
Okay, so is it, how do we identify?
so
We will do the review after the feedback and we'll identify what we can.
Okay, So I have direct administration to ask for, or sorry, to ask for community feedback on short-term rentals through a survey shared on the mailing list, social media, and the website, and bring back the findings to the next council meeting, which is on March 20th, 2024.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good. You guys in favor?
I'm in favor.
In
Yeah.
favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, stormwater management plan draft. Like Avis, this is a really good document. It's really full of a lot of information. And it's going to be helpful for us in the future for our areas that get flooded and sloughs that overflow, and even the pumping from the let's say Pheasant Terrace catch pond there, and also the one on 3rd Street. It doesn't affect if someone puts in a subdivision, they can't use it. They have to have their own.
Yes.
But this gives us a better plan what the village is up against. So when you look at the document, which I'm sure you have, it's really well done. And they named the ponds. They missed one, but that's okay.
We already know it's just about 1.3 million worth of projects for your budgets.
Well, yeah,
But
sorry, go ahead.
So what it really does was put that in today's costs, they put that appendix where what it would do to make the water go to the lake or to another pond and then into the lake.
Yeah.
Where is that damn sheet?
These kind of master plans are something that part of the Municipal Government Act and as part of communities should have these master plans, even if they get outdated. You could have a 10-year infrastructure study plan that lays everything out, and then you just add your percentages as you move forward. And if it's 10 years from now and you're looking at a project that should have been done 10 years ago, you can add a certain percentage of cost increase. But this gives you a really good idea of where things need to be looked at and taken care of. And they've laid it out really well.
I think that this is a great, I thought the report was spectacular. Very technical. I not even pretending to understand some of it, but it's aspirational. But the concern I have is, I mean, to do all the projects that we would have to do is, like $1.3 million. We certainly can't afford that unless we get that money through grants or whatever from Alberta Environment and Parks or somebody.
Yeah.
So my thing is, do we accept, like, if we accept the plan, where is our liability as far as if we don't do all these projects? Or do we just accept it as information?
Well, they have I can't find it, Bob, but there's a list in there, the cost, where the hell is it?
Yes, but this is like a 10-year plan.
You could do one part if you had the money, or start saving for one part.
Right.
And like, for example, that one on 3rd Street that's been really contentious. And also,
Yes.
there's that list with the prices on.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, there was like five different projects, and it was like $1.3 million or something.
Right.
Oh, yeah, okay. So like Shaw's Pond is $104,000. That would be the borehole into the lake. And there's one at Earl's Way on the west side towards the lake on Earl's Way, that's 59,000. So it's all in today's prices, but it can be looked at in phases as well. So it's not a priority, let's get it done. We're not talking about that 1.2 million, we're talking
Yeah.
about doing one piece at a time. And when we get in a situation where we have to use some grant money or save for it, then we can do that. But the whole thing is we were mandated to have this and we never have had a water management plan.
And in actuality, if you're looking at liability risks, you have now assessed where your risks are. This is the first step, which is good, because now you have this plan, you know where the things are. If you didn't have this plan, your liability and risk could be a lot higher because you haven't assessed anything and you don't have a plan of how you're going to move these things forward over the next 10 years and maybe take your grant funding and be able to start using it instead of what we've done.
Yeah,
So
no, I mean,
did-
I think the report's great. I think it's a great report.
Yeah, the only other thing I would like out of it is a map with the numbered on it and marked. Is it in here?
I
looked
didn't
tonight,
see it, but that's the
think-
feedback they're asking from you guys. Is there any questions or things that you think should be in this report? But like, this is to the good, this is the draft, thank you. So,
So one thing that I would like in there is a map of the village and the ponds, like 1A and 1B, to be marked on a map in the village very clear, so we know where they're at.
okay. So we got that point. Which I kind of thought it did.
I thought there was one. I don't,
I was looking and if it is, it's not very damn clear.
I thought I saw one, Lauren, but
Yeah, pond 1A, pond 1B,
Where are we?
it's in figure 04. That one. The ponds,
Okay.
and they're color coded.
All right, so that's already done, and then we also need they missed that one by the truck bill, just on Buffalo Road to the west, there's one in there on Cornelson's property.
Okay, so,
It's quite large.
okay, Cornelson's property, so that would
It's right
be,
here.
okay, so that one's missed. So, one pond. Missed.
That's down where Raj is, Ed.
Oh, looks good to me.
yeah, I think I know which pond you mean.
The one
Lauren.
that we're missing, Ed, is the one by Rad's place on the corner there by the truck fill. That one that's on beside his new house.
Beside whose house, Lauren?
Rad, the guy from Alberta Power that's in.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah,
You
that
mean that house is right,
on the corner.
okay, you got the water fill station here and across here is a house where there's a water pond right there,
Yeah.
that's the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very.
yeah.
Okay, I know exactly, so you want that one added. To report,
And they said, I didn't quite understand if Jack's Pond was drainage in there would just be for emergency purposes only.
Crown land. Jack's Pond, that was listed in here as Crown land,
Right,
and they did say that that was one of the projects. It's listed quite clearly in here, because I
There
remember
was
reading
something
it.
about just
Jack's Pond.
something to do with elevations.
Proposed pond, discharge, it's in here, because I remember reading it. Just give me a second.
Pond 5.
Yep, Jack Pond, so they walked through that one. So pond 5, if you were to do anything for that, based on the table, emergency outlet, that's 154,000.
And it said directional drills through the hill to the north. No flow restriction would be placed on the outlet as it would meant to be service of emergency outlet route only.
Yeah,
So then that they have Jack's Pond draining into in front of that slough that's in front of the gazebo hill in an emergency situation. Right. Okay, that's, I don't know, you guys got any other questions? I know
I
it's
think it's a great, I think it's a great report to have, and I think, you know, we just have to, like you say, we have to prioritize the projects and use grant money or savings to do the most important ones.
Yeah, and then also on pond 2, which is down by the in between across the shop, the one that's by Hayden's.
Yeah.
So then also that area where the dumpsters are and everything is prone to flooding in an event that is a whole bunch of rain, because it comes down a ditch across from the hall or at the shop at Front Street. So Sarah was talking about putting a swale from where the French drain is right down to the lake, which makes a whole bunch of sense to protect that area. The only thing is that we'd be looking at is, well, the advantage of that is if it was in the springtime when there was snow and ice all over the place, we could take a hoe down there and just clear out that swale. And it doesn't have to be huge and not very deep, I don't think, Ed. Like it'll take a swale will take a lot of water if it's done properly.
Won't take it all.
Yeah, and then the only problem we have is we may have to get a gas line either put deeper or, remember I did get an estimate on moving that gas line up on the other side and it was $12,000 or $14,000. But that swale is a really good thing. I'm not sure, she was also talking about putting a 300 millimeter pipe. But you could always run into the problem of freezing up in the winter time. So, but that swale is a little bit suggestion.
I think this report is a good overview, and once you get into a project, there may be slight changes and things like that are necessary.
that's right, but once you pick that project, then the engineers will oversee all of the RFP and all that stuff and overseeing the development of it.
Yeah, and who knows what the weather's gonna do, honestly.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay. We'll accept that and with the suggestions, which isn't very many.
So you would
Got them.
do a motion to accept the report with an amendment to have the engineering review the pond off of Buffalo Road across from the bulk water station in next to private property. That sound about right? I think so.
Yeah. Okay,
I'll make that a
Yeah.
motion.
all in favor?
Yes,
Refer to the budget again,
No,
sorry,
motion to accept
okay,
the stormwater management plan
yep,
with the following amendment to have the engineers review the pond on the corner of Buffalo Road across from the bulk water station near private property.
I'm sorry, the pond, where is it out again? The pond near.
Near Buffalo Road, across from the bulk water station, adjacent to private property. As an addition to the report, so we accept the report with this addition.
Oh, my typing is going to adjacent. The private property, no, public property,
okay, now.
is it adjacent to private or public property? Private, okay.
But I think it is on.
I think it
don't
may
have a
be too,
map.
but we'll take a look, we'll have it investigated.
The following minutes to review. Okay, so I have moved by. Who moved it?
Ed made that motion, right? Didn't, or no?
And
Sorry.
I thought I heard somebody did it.
Accept this, as Summer Village White Sand Shoreline Management Plan draft.
No, stormwater master plan,
Storm,
sorry, I might have had it on my mind.
stormwater master plan. That might be me. Do you still want to have it as a draft plan, or no? So you have it as draft,
Draft plan
okay, just.
with an additional review of the section I said.
Okay. I guess we're saying not following amendments, because you said following amendments before. Additional review by the company, and then have the pond near Buffalo Road across from the bulk water station adjacent to the private property.
Yes,
Okay,
because you want that additional pond looked at in this report.
yes. And then, yes, and all in favor?
Yes,
All in favor? Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
sorry about that.
okay. Council reports, do you have anything, Ed?
Nope, nothing yet.
Bob?
with the Waste Management Authority, we had a full day planning session on January 19th. And so the one thing that I had brought forward before, that like last year it was $72 per head and then they were going to go up to 83, but they found some savings and it's probably going to be $76 a head. But that won't get approved until our next board meeting, which is in about a month or so from here.
So we're trying for 76?
They're trying for 76 per head instead, and it went from 72 last year. It'll go to 76. They were going to go to 83, but they found some savings.
Okay, so with that formula for the waste authority, they use population. But we also have 3 populations.
Yeah,
Well,
so we've gone back to like they had changed it to have the formula where you didn't divide by 2, and then they changed it back to that, but they use the number of, I think, our full-time population. The provincial is like 120 something and the federal is like 170 something, I think it is, and that's what's on Wikipedia. They're going to use the full-time as 176, and that's the number they use for all the communities. But the part-time population, they're going to do that formula where they divide it by 2 and stuff like that, like 6 months and then divided by 2 and stuff like that. So
what base population are because Census Canada, and that was done in 2016 or something, it was 120. Ours is 120 for some places. And then the government of Alberta has a different number, was what, 135?
Yeah.
135, and then Wiki Encyclopedia is from StatsCan, and I think that was 180 or something.
176 or 180 something. That's the number that they use for all the communities, the Stats Canada one. And that was not something that they were willing to negotiate on. That's a number they're going to use.
So StatsCan.
Yeah, that's the number they use.
Well, you think we have 184 permanent people in the village? No way.
I don't think we do, but I did. That was up for we had a discussion about that, and I brought that forward, and that was something that that's the number they're going to use for all the communities, is the StatsCan number. But like I say, they were very good to, they had changed it to this formula where they didn't half our part-time population, but they went back to that original formula. So
yeah, well, I don't know.
Yeah, because according to this population, 2021, 174.
that's the one they use. That's the
Yeah.
StatsCan number, and that's the number that they weren't willing to change from that number.
And 2016 was 120.
Yeah. Well, it's so strange. I phoned StatsCan actually, and I had a big old conversation with him for about half an hour or longer. And he had no way of explaining anything. And where they came from, the figures, that he had nothing. I mean, he was a nice guy and everything else, but he said, them are the numbers. I don't know where they got them.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get it. I don't know where they got that number from either, but that's the number that they use.
Okay, well, then we should use that number for grants and everything else for the.
Well, no, that was their suggestion, that we do use that number for grant.
Yeah, Alberta bases theirs on the grants for Alberta, base it on the Alberta. I can't help.
So we have 3 different populations, because it means a lot of money over the.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, but we did have that discussion, and we went back and forth on that quite a bit.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with you, Bob, it just makes me.
No.
Feed off. Okay, my crap here. Just to let you know that Melissa has Dustin in chainsaw.
He's gonna be taking the
Course.
chainsaw course to start working with the trees, because we're having trouble trying to get anybody. The last person we had called in last year to do tree cutting, they came in once and then we've been hounding them, looking for them, and they never came back to finish, and we haven't got a bill, so we are moving ahead with training of our staff to be able to do some of the tree cutting and cleanup for the spring.
And I had on here, you know, we collect batteries. Oh, and that chainsaw is good for 3 years, that course, so then it
Yeah.
has to be. The battery box at the dumpster is falling apart and it's not large enough. I don't even know if you're aware there's one there, but we collect, so we collect batteries, but it needs a new box that'll hang on the fence for now on a post if we don't have the fence anymore. Cause people take a lot of batteries in there.
Okay, so I'll need to look at that as we're doing cleaning up the site. And so battery box.
And then
Okay.
also like
Big.
well, the one that's there now is about, I would say,
Oh, so there's little.
12 by 12 by 14 or something.
So it's household batteries.
Household, yeah.
Household
Okay.
batteries, okay, cause now you had me a bit confused, cause I started thinking, are we doing big batteries?
No, it's household batteries, and then the ends are supposed to be taped. But I'll put that in the newsletter.
Yes, there's supposed to be one going.
And
everywhere.
if the ends aren't taped, then the previous maintenance man made sure they were taped because they explode in transport or whatever. Sometimes.
Okay, so this is something we provide to the residents. We need to do the box. And you want the guys to go through the box and make sure everything's taped, or is this the onus of the individuals to put?
The individual do it.
Okay.
But if there's any miss, they should be gone through and just quickly tape.
So you want, that's part of what the guys need to schedule as part of their duties.
Yeah, I think so, because I
Okay.
don't think the landfill, that Echo Center will take them if they're not taped up.
I think I'd have to do a further investigation, so
Yeah.
this needs to be a policy for the staff.
It's through the landfill authority and it's at Echo, what do they call it, Bob? Echo something at the transfer station in Stettler.
Yeah, I can't remember now.
And I'm assuming the staff must dump it also?
Yeah, that's what's been happening in the past.
Okay. So we need a policy built for public works regarding that. So that we've got things tracked now.
And just to let you know, I think I mentioned it before, but that our AED box there, the overdose kit that we bought is gone. And the one that's in there now has syringes. We bought EpiPen before, so we have no idea what happened, but that other one cost us $300.
Can I go back to the other one? Is that the eco center that's at the Stettler, town of Stettler? Okay. I didn't know if there's one with landfill, I didn't know, okay.
So I don't know, I guess it's better having them in there. The only thing was before there was concerns about the syringes, like there's 3 syringes in there and 3 vials of the stuff. And it's open to everybody, including kids, you know, so that was the worry. And we can't get, so we had to buy an EpiPen and it was $300, but it's not there anymore. As well, unless it was used, I have no idea. And the EMS put one back in. The only other one, there's nasal ones, but you can only get them in Ontario and Quebec right now. You can't get them here, so.
We're saying the Noxalone and the EpiPens are not in the thing now, they're gone, they're used.
Yeah, just syringe ones, so I don't know what happened.
There is a Loxone there, but it's in syringe form now.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
So. What is council's preference, and this is we'll have to budget. For this, so what are you preferring to have?
I don't know.
Or do you
I
wanna
was just
just?
bringing it up, so I want to make you guys aware.
Okay.
And whether you think it's okay to have the syringes and the vials in there.
I don't know. I'm not sure many people know how to use it properly.
It wouldn't do any, like if kids were playing around, stabbed and pushed that into, it wouldn't do anything. Except if there was a bubble in there and they accidentally hit a vein, because the injections are a muscle injection in. I don't know. I guess it's just there for information and.
Okay.
I'll do some more, maybe I can get. Someone down east, my family down there to buy some, if they're cheap. And send them to me.
But we have a budget for it, so maybe we'll talk about that as
Yeah.
part of your budget.
I'll investigate a little bit. And the Hall Society was asking about the renovation budget and that, or whatever is happening with
That's
that.
in the budget
It's in the
discussions.
budget. Yeah, that's what I had said. And or we talked about that Bar Harbor thing. Right? Policy.
Working on trying to figure that one out.
Okay, and then there was a webinar, just a quick report on that
So webinar,
for LGFF, the new capital funding.
Yeah, went through that too.
So just basically, our ordinary village gets, their base amount is $150,000 and Summer Villages get 60,000. And it's based on population is 65%, roads 10%, tangible capital assets 15%, and accumulated amortization is 10%. So that gives you your amounts. Summer Village have no needs-based funding. Cost of index is not implemented. And the population of Summer Villages in the province altogether is about 6,000 people. And the RMA, like the rural people, have 90% of the roads. So just in that equation, they're better off. That's basically whatever. And the budget is, we're having a webinar on March 1st.
Correct. After they pass the budget.
After they pass the budget through municipal affairs or
Alberta Munis.
Alberta municipalities, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, you can get on that. I'll be on the plane.
I know what my MSI is, so other than that, I don't think there's anything major other than we are looking to figure out what the education tax will be this year.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
So that's all I got. And then there's the CAO report.
oh, hold on, before you move on. Who's gonna accept the council reports as presented,
I will.
okay?
I'm approved.
Okay, CAO report is pretty extensive. There are questions regarding certain things.
Yep. Not, as far as I'm concerned, I'll just check on one thing with well, the IJD is a big deal.
Oh yes, that came as quite a surprise.
And so we'll lose our plumbing, electrical, building inspector, and the whole schmear at the end of August.
Well,
But we may be able to do something, like larger centers have their own people, like we had Deer County, Strumper, I don't know. And Melissa said that most of there isn't any others in central Alberta other than towns and cities that have their own inspector. So I don't know, what's the county gonna do? They're in the same boat. Right?
No, they're not.
Are they got their own?
They are not officially verified. There's two ways. You are either accredited or you're not accredited. Most counties are not accredited. So the province has to just, it kind of goes willy-nilly, people are so.
Lost everything there.
Yeah, we're somehow it's frozen, Ed.
Yeah, I can't hear any. I can hear you, Bob.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. How's Phoenix?
Phoenix is wonderful. Hot. We're at 80 degrees here right now.
Is it? Yeah.
Ollie. All right, try talk. Can you talk again, Bob? Sorry.
Okay, can we talk now? Are we good?
No.
Oh, for freak's
So
sake.
you need the speaker that go canceling?
Can you hear me?
Now I
Yeah,
can hear you.
okay.
Sorry, I had to plug
Can you hear-
in a thingy so the laptop couldn't charge.
We got his back. Thank
Sorry.
you. Okay, so basically what's gonna happen is I will go out, so I will do my best to find another agency to help us with our accreditation and continue moving forward. If I cannot, I will be coming back to council and be seeking a resolution to become an unaccredited municipality, just like a county. That's my only two options.
Do you know what the town is? Town of Stettler gonna do?
I don't know if they're going to, they may not be affected. This is just a decision that they have. IJD has provided that Roshan Sands and White Sands, they
Oh.
don't want to continue anymore. They are deciding they want to change how they do things and stay a little more compact than going all over the place. So again, this is part of the changes that are coming. Maybe it's cost efficiency, maybe it's people's time and running around. They just want to get more centralized. So maybe with Stettler, they're going to be staying with them. I don't know. Because if they come to Stettler, it's in Stettler.
Right. So basically. I guess if someone builds their own place, they take a building permit. But it might not get inspected.
If I'm not accredited, I'm not following.
So what about gas fitting?
It all falls under all this. I can only highly recommend that people have to, but if you're unaccredited, the province. Yeah, there's no right answers. I can't give you any more info than what I've got right now until I run into the situation, basically. It's just, this was a bit of a shock. I've asked them to go at least until the end of August. And they may extend a little bit further, but I have 2024 to take and investigate everything.
It's just mind boggling sometimes. Like someone could take a permit for electrical and it'll never be looked at.
When I was looking, there's 5 agencies in the province, 1 central. And if you wanna do in-house, there's gonna be a huge cost because we're gonna have to train and we need to have all accredited people. We don't
You can't
have,
afford
we
it.
don't have the budget
No,
for
we
that.
can't afford that.
Okay, and I guess the other thing I was gonna ask you about the Shirley McLean Water Commission. Make payments on the debenture
Mhm.
on that new line. Did Andrew say anything about that?
I talked to whatchamacallit, what's her name? I can't remember anymore.
Oh,
Krista.
Krista.
Krista, yeah.
And she can't give me any more until they get things more finalized, so, but I did make sure that, okay, so phase 6 is Roshan Sands. 7 is Ball, phase 6 will likely be completed and debentured out this year, so they're gonna have to send us a notice on this. When they go to do the debenture,
Yeah,
because they can't do the debenture without doing all the advertising anyway.
yeah, it hinges on timing for one thing, and also the interest rate. If it's changed from the last time, it's gone up. from
Oh,
the
yes,
last
I
time.
was going up.
So that's the, I believe that's the trigger that you could pay off the debenture, and it, for us, for Roshan Sands, it wouldn't be very much.
No. But this is to make you guys aware.
Krista knows, she'll let you know.
Yeah, and like, so they know what we wanted to do. The 2025 one. Is the phase 7, and then they're looking at phase 8, which goes to Compier. So it took me a while to figure out where that was.
Haven't you ever been there? Compier, Ontario.
Boy, that's right at the border. That's a long, long line. But anyway,
Pumuckle.
so anyway, that's keep you guys up to date on that. Also kind of found out your assessments. We'll see an increased range of 5 to 10%. Could be a bit higher, so they have gone up. Any other questions on my report? I have a couple of additions that I sent out to you guys. With the ratepayer concerns that I'd received, one about wildlife. So we did put some information on Facebook to make people aware, maybe not to feed wildlife. But if there is anything else, if you think it's a concern, does administration need to do more? What? I don't know.
Well, you contacted Fish and Wildlife, and they said.
Not their area.
not-
There's no rules.
Because it's not a provincial park, or a federal park.
It's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
Alberta.
So. Yeah, so if it becomes an issue, you might wanna do a bylaw in place if, I don't know if there is any other concerns, I'll bring it to your attention and maybe we'll just continue moving forward if that's okay with you guys, unless I hear some more.
Yeah, I think that's an education thing down the line.
Yeah, we already started to, we decided to start educating on that. I did have a person who did see the ratepayer did see the agenda, and I brought their concerns to you guys regarding the short-term rentals, which you guys have dealt with already. So I don't know, I don't think I need to go through it much further. You're seeking feedback, that was your resolution. February 1st, during our snow removal and freeze thaw events that we've been having. I think most of you guys now know we have municipal gravel piles. We're being accessed for doing private property driveways, etc., to reduce slip and fall events. I would advise the municipality that this gravel is for public road maintenance only. It's not for private use. At this time, there's no documentation on this type of service, and requesting council discussion. Is this a service that council would like to offer to all residents of the municipality? Do you want us to order extra gravel and allow residents to just come and take what they need to do their property? I'm for continue making it municipally for municipal use only. I'm tired. I just need direction from you guys.
I just think that our gravel piles should be solely used for our maintenance guys to do our own roads. I think you're opening up a big can of worms if you're throwing out some piles out there for everybody to come and use, because you're gonna get people from all walks of the area coming in there.
Yeah,
and
I
getting it.
agree. I agree. It's not just gonna, yeah, it's gonna be. It's gonna cost a fortune if we start doing that.
Okay, so so if you guys are okay, motion to support administration that road maintenance, gravel, et cetera, is for municipal purposes only.
I'll make that motion.
I agree.
Lauren hasn't said yet.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just gonna mention something, Bob. I was told that some in Calgary, they have like some boxes of sand or gravel around for the community to use. Have you seen that?
Sometimes there is on the corners, but I think that's more to just throw on a corner of it, like an intersection. Like there's one in my neighborhood, and I think it's just to be thrown out on the like not on people's driveways. It gets thrown out into like a residential intersection.
I see.
And I
Yeah,
have seen it in Edmonton near the university on university public property, because university properties are kind of municipal or school property or libraries.
Okay.
I think if we start getting into this, providing gravel for people, they're going to be re-graveling their whole driveways and stuff, you know?
I think there's also, if you're doing it for ice, there's a legal ramification.
You know,
Alright, so, Councillor Waugh to support administration that road maintenance gravel is for municipal use only.
all in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Another thing that we've been working towards is as part of the snow removal, Public Works has been marking the driveways of permanent residents to help streamline snow removal and windrow removal on permanent resident properties. And as such, we have a list of approximately 50 properties and 11 part-time properties that are all marked and noted for moving forward.
They put little reflectors on the address signs. They're about an inch square or so, something like that. So then the people that are removing snow knows who wants the windrows taken out. But they can still phone in, 3 days before and get them done.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like we're just collecting the list and we now have, this is our jump start, we know 50 of them, we know 11. And then we'll continue building from that base.
And then 11 have called in the past.
Yes, 11 have called in the past
Yeah.
as part-time properties.
okay. Anything else?
No, I sent you guys all the stuff on the weekend, so no, I think, any other questions?
Okay,
No, is that the CEO reports as presented, and who would do it?
all in favor? Yep. Financials, do you wanna take us through there, Melissa?
Well, since we don't have a budget yet, as you can see, we're just going off the last year's budget, so. You take a look at the 2024 actuals. Right now, we are just doing our basic day-to-day. We haven't done anything major yet until we get into the budget deliberation and you guys pass the budget. So I don't see anything's out of the ordinary here. Cleaning up our year-end stuff, any backdating stuff to make sure we get everything organized. Your capital revenue, so that's what we've got. So we did Yeah. Everything's cut. The only one we're having trouble with is the cleanup of the hall lights that I had brought to your guys' attention, that the grant that was supposedly supposed to go was never in the resolution to tell anything of where you were getting the money from, so we've had to take it out of reserves
That's 17.
because it put us in a deficit based on that. Was that our legal fees?
You know, do you guys recall when that was put through? It was a federal grant. But what company was that? Was it Step Electric or Vans?
Bands.
Because I know that we asked that we also get a estimate to do the hall, wasn't it? Or under the hall or addition on the hall or something. Do you guys remember any of that?
I don't remember that, Lauren.
Well, I just remember that they were going to upgrade, bring in the electrician and upgrade all of the lighting and stuff, and it was supposed to be done through a federal grant.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we went through the resolution, and if you did authorize doing the upgrade, it just didn't go through. There was nothing in the motion that said going through a grant. And then I've investigated with that grant, and nobody ever applied.
I think that was, yeah, Lauren, you and I talked about that earlier, that that was missed out on and I don't know the reasoning about it, but I do remember you talking about it. That it wasn't applied for.
Yeah, because I remember you guys asked me for information on why the community part of of our budget was so high. And I brought you everything and investigated that. That's why for me.
I think it's just, I think we've lost it, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
okay, yeah, because it was, Melissa looked into it and it's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it's,
Moving forward, we'll make sure you guys allocate to whatever grant you're gonna use. So that it's trackable.
Did you guys go over the checks?
I had one question, Lauren. For the Summer Village or Ocean Sands, what was the sharing items that were missed for the Summer Village or Ocean Sands?
Yes.
So it was like telephone, internet,
Power.
power, and then, so it's not in this check run that you're seeing, there's another one that comes up in February, and that's utilities, but that's because the Holland Rec invoices the Summer Village at the end of the year, their utilities, and split them. So now it's been split accordingly to the amounts we're in there. So there's that one, but it'd be like, it was your TELUS, it was the internet use out there, some office supplies still. Some wages that were missed being charged over to you guys. Stuff like that.
So is that the end of it then?
You'll see, yeah, it should be the end of it, but you'll see one more check in your February run. And that would be your
Okay.
utilities.
And that's coming from the Roshan Sands Hall Society, because they pay it all year and then they send a bill at the end.
So it's just the portion that they take out of the heat and whatever and the electrician for the office over there.
Yeah.
But that 13,000 is a lot of dough.
A lot of it was your previous CIOs and if the term hit and the wage, cause I couldn't get everything done to put cause I was doing both, right? So I didn't have all the bills and everything yet. When I transitioned from Roshan Sands and then full-time in White Sands, not doing both, because we moved and everything like that, so. Our financial person has gone through everything.
Lori's been financially auditing everything to make sure where things have been and to make sure we have things cleared up properly.
Yes.
Okay, well, if Lori's looking after it, it's
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so we have to, can we move these all at once?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, someone want to make a motion for financials?
To accept all financial reports as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Was that Paul?
yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Alrighty.
All in favor? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Did you get one for the CAOs?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks, Lauren. Perfect.
Okay, correspondence, advertisement for the annual meeting for Clearview. And the FEM conference. So that's the Federated.
Federation of Canadian Municipalities is in Calgary. Woohoo, it's in our province, guys.
Yes, healthcare conversation. Thursday 15th. I usually go on there, but I missed that one.
Okay.
Summer Village of Ocean Sands, there's a letter there wanting us to support with Ocean Sands and the county of Stettler and Ocean Sands to try and get some alternative to hauling waste to Vashon.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this since I've been on council. And there's two studies that I have at home about the system, but that's as far as it's ever gone. I don't know how you would jumpstart this thing, but I guess we can.
At this point, we have as a municipality stated that you are willing to have discussions and partner on solution. It's now been in the county's hands to where are they proceeding? They're in their budget deliberations. Where are they taking things? What are they willing to accommodate?
Yeah, we did ask whether we could be involved in upgrading the lagoon at Red Willow, and they don't want anything to do with that. So the only other thing that could come along is the South Shore waste system, which is big. I guess we can.
I just don't think there's much we could do about it, right?
It's really a tough one.
We're basically at the mercy of other people on this situation.
Okay,
Are we accepting the correspondence
correspondence,
information?
all in favor? I'll make
Yes.
the motion.
yeah.
Okay, so we want to move
So
in camera or closed session,
to
whatever.
move into camera for legal carriage road, FOIP section 18 and 19, individual and for public safety. Legal animal control, legal incident, FOIP section 18 and 19, individual or public safety, and 20 law enforcement, and human resources. Personnel, FOIP section 18 and 19, individual or public safety meeting. At 12:30. So council, can you please? What we practice, you're gonna mute Zoom and you're gonna mute. And turn off your cameras in Zoom, and then we'll go into our other meeting.
So then we go into Teams, right?
Bob, can you turn off your camera in Zoom, please? Thank you.
wrong community to hire for the
Wow.
I muted it.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so, we need a motion to come out of, camera.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Yeah,
What time did you do the motion to go on camera?
At 12:30,
It's-
and then coming out is
It's muted. Oh,
1:27.
are you there, Ed?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we just made a motion to come out of camera. All in favor?
yes,
Yeah,
Okay,
At 1:26.
1:26, so that's 9:30 to 1:30. Holy mokers.
Okay.
I got golfing to do.
Well, Bob, what time is it there? 10:30.
10:30, so I'm going to the beach.
Okay, are you adjourning the meeting? Who's adjourning the meeting
I'll adjourn the meeting.
at 1:27?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.